Welcome.
Of course.
Hi, Loki.
Hi, puppy.
Welcome to a woo heresy. Today we will be a wooing, chasing thrown sticks, murdering vampire controller rats, and otherwise being good boys and girls. But on a more serious note, welcome back to Dark Heresy, everyone. Last time, the source of Schindelgeist's woes was finally defeated. Though the cost was high, the warband was able to pay it and continue their fight. Though, they do not have to face the trouble of rebuilding alone. Inquisitor Reeve, along with the rest of his retinue, have arrived. And they have taken the lead in consolidation. Much of the planet's nobility is slated for death camps. Many of the survivors for penal regiments. And the world as a whole is in for a rough time. Even in defeat, the Dark Marshal has left this planet permanently changed. Ash chokes the sky. The sun no longer falls on crops. Though it was not wholly self-sufficient, in the past Schindelgeist had been able to produce some of its own foodstuffs. Now, its agriculture that will be dried up within the year. Fortunately, though, good Lady Juno has an inordinate quantity of wealth. Like, seriously. How is she so rich? She could... I mean, certainly in the state it is in now, she could very easily buy the entire planet.
That was the backup plan to the backup plan if the governor thing didn't work out.
I mean, the property value certainly dropped.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. But, fortunately, that hasn't quite come that far. If you can buy a planet, well, you can rather more easily buy all of the supplies needed to support it. At least for a while. And eventually, when the planet's industries are working and it starts to send out new regiments of guard, then it will be able to make such purchases itself. But your intervention has hopefully tided them over long enough for that. Speaking of those being tided over, as of this present moment, neither assassin, Marco, nor Graves has awoken. Their Snoozu sleepy grievous injury land 5 ever.
Forever.
So, I suppose the question for you guys is, alongside all of the paperwork and letters calling on favors and supplies that Juno is having to have an assistant do for her, what do?
I'm gonna need a new face. Know about you guys.
I'm gonna need a new sword master.
Generally,
I-
a lot of downtime activity that's gonna happen in a bit.
Indeed. So, who would like to go first?
I mean, might as well.
Alright. So, have you made... So, Narcia? Yes, indeed, you currently just have a sort of stark metal plate that's holding the remains of your skull in place. And, keeping it healing in the proper position along with all of the new reinforcements that have been added. Otherwise you end up with a horrible misshapen head again.
Again. Fucking again.
Yeah. But, though it's good enough for general survival, for your job, a stark metal faceplate with a shredder attachment, it's not really suitable, is it?
If it was, I can afford better, and I know I can, because I'm in the Inquisition.
Indeed.
So, we're gonna need to fix my face. I was also looking into potentially chopping up my brain for a couple of cerebral implants, but that's a little bit too expensive. I'll have to get those when I don't die horrifically in a cloud of plasma. And on top of all of those medical procedures I'll have to undergo at some point, I'm gonna need some combat training. Because I don't think I'll ever have enough XP to get ballistic skill without any aptitudes.
I mean, you will, eventually.
I mean, I got melee without any aptitude.
One thing to get the first rank, but second, the third, was so fucking insane.
And agility.
Absolutely insane. Especially with the XP reduction that's coming in the future. So I'm gonna get training for that. We can at least have a single aptitude in it.
Sure. So,
We're doing all for the face. So get that out of the way first. They can't really do much training when my face is hanging on by a thread.
I mean,
Leatherface did pretty fucking good as a movie monster with, you know.
Well,
no
I'm a
skin.
different kind of movie monster. I'm the movie monster that sends the Gestapo to arrest you and your family.
no, Snippy. You are the movie monster that is the Gestapo.
You know, I'm simply too busy dealing with all this imperial bureaucracy. I'll get someone else to do it.
Wait, you're the only person here who knows how to bureaucromance.
Exactly. This is why I can't go kick down doors. I'm too busy being behind the desk. I'm desperately trying to escape.
Never. Speaking of which, I have a bunch of paperwork I need you to sign off on.
No, fuck off. I'm in the hospital.
So, for your face, how... Well, a basic one is just scarce. But how nice do you want to go?
Oh god, this is gonna suck. You know what? I don't need to be too nice. Not this time. I'll be fine looking like a fucking cyborg. And just embrace the Omniscience gift, so... Yeah, you can try to throw an influence at it. I might be lucky enough and requisition it.
Do you want to maybe commerce first?
We all know how that goes, Savin.
Okay.
Which is exactly why I'm gonna do it. Look at it as it gets twice as expensive.
I will assist.
Holy shit, it doesn't get
$3.
more expensive. Okay, correction. It's what happens when you roll it. Bad
It's true.
experiences.
Juno doesn't know how to handle money.
And I didn't put any modifiers on that.
You did it.
I mean, commerce is normally an opposed roll, but you're literally buying it from your boss. It's not going to be opposed.
Buying
That
it
would
from
just
my
be
boss.
cruel.
And my requisitions are already 10% cheaper, so there we go. I just gotta wait for that son of a bitch to get installed. And then I'll do specifically.
Snippy?
Ceiko, you have anything else in your schedule?
Not currently.
Well then, how would you like to go shooting?
Why not?
Perfect. Would that count as a single aptitude for ballistic skill? At least for a single rank?
Ceiko is the one training you?
Well, he is the best shooter I have seen in my entire goddamn life. That man did shoot a missile out of the sky, out of a moving fucking jet.
Wow, that was very roboty.
No.
Well,
Maybe for you, it wasn't for me.
It sounded good for me. I mean, he was going in and out for a minute. But,
Oh, I think it's my end.
eh.
Oh god.
He said, "Oh God," and left.
Yeah.
What? Oh, okay. I guess we're waiting for Merz.
Or Snips.
Hello?
hello.
I can hear you.
Hello.
I cannot hear Snips.
Snippy?
Snips is not talking.
No,
I saw this thing light up.
I did. and no sound came out.
For what it was worth, Snip, what you had before was working. At least for me.
Shit's cursed, yo.
No root. What?
What?
Merz,
Okay.
you're...
Oh, I got it.
Oh, okay. Savin got it, apparently.
Okay.
Let's see. Where is the server thing? Where is it? Oh, you have to do it per channel.
Hello, we can hear you, Merz.
Hi.
Well, we're trying to get Snippy.
I mean, yeah, like I said, if he could hear me, what you had before was working, Snips.
It says now he's not getting a root.
No. Oh, did we change the server or something?
I just did.
Oh.
Okay, I see that we're changing.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, I
Hi, Merz.
hear people again. This is amazing.
Hey.
Oh,
cool.
good. It's actual humans, not fucking Dalek monsters.
So it wasn't just me.
Okay. It's just
Exterminate.
a server must have died. We fixed it. Exterminate. Exterminate.
Nurse, the very last thing I was thinking of grabbing would be one of those lovely, lovely conversion fields because I don't like being shot.
Oh, I hadn't finished with you getting trained.
Oh, right. Didn't catch that because of the connection dying.
Yeah, it became completely impossible to communicate. Yes, so if you are having Ceiko train you, Ceiko, could you make a ballistic skill roll modified by your ranks in command?
Okay. This will not be great. I don't have command.
So a minus 20 ballistic skill roll.
Sense.
You haven't missed before. Oh!
Hell yeah!
Holy shit, that's a 3. Oh, you done it.
Done did it.
Attaboy.
It was what was needed.
Alright. So,
They just have raw ballistic skill.
yes, indeed. With that, you can buy the first 2 ranks of ballistic skill as if you had 1 aptitude.
I already have the first one.
Who,
Oh, God.
who is doing
What
that?
is that?
Sorry, my computer.
Please mute yourself.
Dankeschön. Well, if there's also a conversion field in there, then we're good. I'm not gonna just meme it up and buy 50 grenades again. No, totally not. I'd never do that.
Alright. Yeah. If you're just happy with the common quality one from the loot.
Yes.
Okay. I
It's
will
better
mark
than
that.
no field, right?
That's all Baltus has been using.
And I have a common quality Rosarius.
I mean, a Rosarius is still better than a conversion field.
Not really.
Here's
it-
the thing: I don't need it to be super fancy. I just like to have just a field. Just want to have a field like all the other cool kids.
What happened to your field? Have you not had one this whole time?
I never bought one.
Jesus Christ, we've had one in Party Loot for Age. Actually, no,
Look, I
that's a lie. We
decided
got
to
this
be
shit
brave.
this adventure. It's fine.
Decided to be brave and not buy one earlier.
Well, now you have a conversion field. Enjoy.
Yes.
Alright. Anything else on the Narcia train that you want to do?
Nah, I'm good. I've put some time aside to help other PCs with their shit. Because Narcia's a support character, so doesn't need much.
Alright. So, before we move on, at some point you return from the shooting range to your quarters. And that Inquisitor Reeve is sat next to your hospital bed. He's thumbing through a book.
Oh. Reeve. What a pleasant surprise.
Narcia, I had heard you were awake, and I see the surgery has been a success.
Well, of course. It's gonna take a little bit more than a plasma count to the face to take me out.
Excellent. I do require my explicators surviving.
Well, I might have to cut down on the field assignments then. Tend to get shuttle on those.
Oh. Well, that... If you have decided you have an allergy to being shot, then yes, that makes a great deal of sense.
It's not quite as distasteful as spending your entire day behind an office, so... No, I think I'll get shot for a little while longer. Besides, this sort of job needs you to be active. We both know. The best way to get intel is to do it yourself from the field. There's stuff out there that only me and Eloa could figure out, and if any of us get taken out or have to split up, then we're gonna be in a lot of trouble. The kind of knowledge I have in my head is not something we can give to others lightly.
Indeed. When you are ready, though, you will have to be... You'll have to be willing to share. That includes selecting acolytes who are worthy of being shared with.
A very slow and delicate process. I can see where this conversation is going, Reeve.
Can you? And where do you think it is going?
Well, the party has been at it for a while. Some of us are in line for a promotion.
Yes. Which is why I already greeted you with your new rank.
I must have been in a coma when that message arrived.
Said it like 30 seconds ago.
Wait,
He
Narcia's just gonna shake her
looks
head.
up at you, slightly perturbed.
How many drugs are you on, Narcy?
I mean, she
Look.
is high as a kite, it's true.
Look, I might have found a way. Look, okay, Reeve.
I'm sorry, I drank a milk
I
jug of
have
LSD.
good news
Could you
for
give me
you.
a sec?
I am no longer in stimulants. Reeve, I have bad news for you. I have switched to downers.
Ah,
I assure you, however, it will not be a problem in the future. I am only taking my allowed dosage.
and how many persons allowed dosage is it? I know you are fully capable of manipulating the prescriptions.
Like 2.5.
Less than I expected.
Ogrins.
Ah,
Jesus Christ.
well. I cannot entirely judge you for doing such. It is a relief that many in the Ordos require. But
Relief. But also weakness. Such substances dull the mind. I am aware.
indeed, so long as you can fulfill your duties, then it need not be a matter for my concern. However, I would advise you, do not attempt to mix your intakes. What your previous addiction and this, if combined, would rapidly prove deadly.
Worry not. I am keenly aware of that. I feel like we've had this conversation before. I feel like this conversation is a conversation we have had like 3 times so far. First, what was it? I think it was Obscura. Then, don't even remember the other substance. I think it was some kind of experimental drug we picked up a while back. Then there were stimulants. Now it's going to be opium. Despite all of that, I still managed to do my job.
Yes.
Which is good. Because otherwise, I wouldn't be here right now. Reeve, how did your expedition go? I remember something about... I look around. Are there any other people in here?
No.
Do you remember something about Eldar? It's more specifically, the BDSM enthusiast.
Yes. There were remnants beneath Naxos' surface, and the conspiracy's facility was in a section of the mine that had been believed collapsed. And I'm sure you recall it was collapsed to entrap those very Xeno.
Yes. And knowing those disgusting little sweat goblins, they were probably still alive and in great numbers.
I did not see evidence of great numbers, and we left them much reduced. But, yes, a significant portion of the raid appeared to have survived and was, still present. Though I was not able to determine quite how they had maintained their numbers. You are familiar, of course, with their requirements. Not just food, but
Oh, quite intimately.
yes. It is likely that a recent spate of alleged animal attacks were indeed the Xeno having found a way to slip out and indulge themselves upon the remaining miners.
Shakes head. They just don't get it, do they?
Of course not. If they did, they would not have chosen to be born Xeno.
Absolutely disgusting. Why is it always like this with Xenos? Always in small numbers, always hiding in the shadows or in the soil like worms. And we have to come dig them out. Why can't they for once have the decency to just walk up to us and fight? Give us a proper fight instead of all this cloak and dagger bullshit.
It sounds almost as if you are asking everything else in the galaxy to be an orc.
You know, you have to appreciate the simplicity of the orcs. When we faced them on the orbit of Lathe, it was fairly straightforward. They shot at us, we shot at them. I'm sure you've read the report, what happened afterwards.
Yes.
It was nice and straightforward.
Unlike everything that later happened on Lev.
Yeah, unlike everything else that happened on Lathe. They have been doing this for a very long time, Reeve, and I had never witnessed a so-called miracle before that point. That planet. Something about that planet, I just can't quite put my finger on it.
Well, the other reason I came to speak to you is that planet. I am going to need a full debrief from your warband with regards to what happened there and why you felt it necessary to...
Rock the boat.
Yes.
I will admit that
If
was a very hasty decision on our part, and I am regretting it, but you'll see in the debrief.
Good. Good. Now, I must leave you to your recovery. Oh, and I know you do work with paper if you don't mind a little in your leisure. He will proffer you the book.
Well. Must be my birthday. Actually, I've lost count. When is my birthday?
I believe you were incapacitated through it.
Ah, damn it. Oh well, happy late birthday for me.
Indeed.
It's gonna be a hell of a debrief.
He'll nod and leave you to it. The book is a collected treatises on monodominant philosophy. It's penned by various inquisitors, each having, written their own essays, papers. This being a full collection of it.
Oh shit! This must be illegal as fuck for most people.
I mean, it's monodominant philosophy. It's actually quite legal. You will also be able to note that little bookmark that has been left tucked in is a neatly folded warrant proclaiming your ascension to the holy office of explicator in the Ordo Xenos.
Yep, happy late birthday to me. I should cut back on these painkillers. Oh, Narcia's gonna do a little bit of nice, relaxing reading as he just lets all of this sink in.
Yeah. So, moving on from Narcia, who would like to go next with a thing?
I
If no
suppose
one,
oh, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say if no one could chooses before I get back because I need to go put some food in the microwave. Yeah, you go.
Okay. Yeah, I think we left off with Juno about to go talk to poor little Casa.
Yes, indeed.
So And specifically, Juno's probably set up a time to go over to Cass's quarters, or her to come to Juno's, whichever, to do some work, because I've been using her as a scribe to churn out all these letters to people and get my resources moved around for the planet.
Yep.
So, yeah, I will turn up at her doorstep with some snacks and a data pad. Give it a knock.
Come on in.
Do so. Cassa, how are you?
Doing pretty good, thanks. It's, you know, for all the stuff we've been doing, I thought if I ever ended up spending time with your boss, it'd be all in a grim, dingy little warehouse somewhere. Not a lap of luxury.
Indeed, the Inquisitor is... Well, once the pretense of stealth and subtlety is left, he is a man of tremendous means.
So, why don't you take a seat? And she will lead you to a chair and help you in, so you don't.
Yeah.
Probably the first time this happened, she hadn't thought about it, and it was then a few embarrassing minutes of Juno trying to find a seat while blind.
Yeah, it's been a thing. She doesn't have the like a seeing eye dog yet, and has a staff, so it's had some issues getting around, but he's starting to get used to it, and more importantly, her friends are getting used to helping out, so that's nice. Yeah, Juno will take a seat and set her data pad down, along with a little tray of like muffins or something. Say, listen, Cassa, before we start work on this first letter to Terra, I wanted to bring something up with you. Something very personal. I won't be offended at all if you aren't interested in what I want to offer, but I wouldn't be able to forgive myself for not at least making the gesture. You're my dearest friend, and I want to see you happy. Not just today, but tomorrow, too.
I mean, Juno, if you're asking Terra to send me a husband, I'm alright.
Well, no, but it's tangentially related to that. Actually,
Oh,
see, Juno will reach out and put a hand on Cass's tummy and say, you know, I've now seen 3 of my friends and Marco suffer grievous wounds below the belt. I was blessed enough to be able to save Jeff in that moment of exaltation, and there's nothing I can do for Graves on the matter, but you, though, I know it will never be the same, but the point of this letter we're going to be writing is to have some of my ovum returned from cold storage on Terra. Send it to Leth in You know, for when Augie and I... Anyway, should you ever find a man you want to spend your life with, your Augustus, I just want you to know I would be honored to act as a donor for you, so that someday you and a partner you love can raise children together.
Uh, well, she seems to struggle for words for a few moments for saying, first staff, congratulations. I know you and Captain Lupus are pretty serious, but that's a real big step. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
But second, although you can't see her face properly, your ability to read the aura has grown a bit, at least with those you're close to, and it very much looks like Cassa's aura is blushing. I admit the offer takes me pretty off guard, you know. I don't know if I'll ever find someone to do that with, and I mean, how would you being a donor work? Wouldn't that basically mean they were your kids instead?
Genetically, yes, but donors have existed throughout all of human history. It's for both sexes. It's unfortunately common for people to suffer injury or malady that prevents having children. And they would be yours in law and in spirit to raise as you would see fit. I wouldn't intrude. I just want to make the possibility real for you if someday you want it.
Well, I mean, thank you a lot, but
It's alright, Casa. I expected as much, but, well, the offer's always open. You're a wonderful woman, and children or no, someday you'll make someone the happiest citizen in the sector. Just gonna lean over and give Casa a hug.
there is just a moment's pause before she returns it. It. I mean, I don't know about that. Think that'd mean you and Augustus would be having to leave.
Well, that is the nature of rogue traders. I imagine someday we just might, but that's besides the point. What I mean to say is, I wish you could see yourself the way I do right now. Your aura is just... You're a lovely girl, Casa. Don't be down on yourself, no matter what.
Oh, alright. I'll try. And maybe a few years I might take you up on that offer.
Like I said, it will always be open to you. Now, Juno will reach out and feel out the data pad. Shall we get to work?
Yeah, let's get started.
All right. And now that Cass is braced for this awkward conversation, yeah, Juno is going to start dictating this long, probably very honorifically complex letter back to some bureaucrat on Terra to get a motion started to get this stuff taken out of storage, put in a container, put on a ship to some sector that's going to come to some sector, it's going to come to some sector. Really just a big pain in the ass for everybody involved.
Yep. That's the realities of transgalactic shipping.
Yep. And then Juno has a couple of other less obnoxious letters to write, which I will toss into the RP channel because I don't want to clog up the whole session.
Alright. Well, the tone of voice is very different.
I know, right? Juno is, we'll probably do the August one first after the emotional weight of the ovary letter, and then take a deep breath, have a break, eat some muffins, then do the Jeff one.
Alright. That is quite adorable. That picture. Or at least it would be if, we had a picture instead of just a description of it. The description is adorable still.
Just throw this in the sidebar for the stream. Oh, it just ate itself. Nice. Hold on.
Oh, did you have them a bit long?
Yeah, there you go.
Alright. So... While that's going on, DCL, are you... Yeah?
Watashi wa kita. Although I am still eating, but I'm almost done. So basically, I can start.
Sure.
Well, as far as I know, uh, do I know about the? Are you preparing things, or are you waiting for me to start?
I'm waiting on you.
Hmm. Well, need a new sword master, or at least to do some training. So I guess I'm just going around trying to figure out who's actually decent with a sword.
If you remember, you were given some advice by the Inquisitor's tech priest.
To go find the bodyguards.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I thought I'd already sparred with them. Sorry, I forgot. Well, the bodyguards I go.
Sure. It was just the bodyguard.
Okay. Much more impressive when it's the bodyguard rather than the bodyguards.
Yes. Can eventually discover where his quarters are. Um, the very bottom layer of the barracks is his. Apparently, he has taken over that entire space for the his equipment and training chambers.
Well, he is serious about his training and nothing else, I suppose. We'll knock on the door. Or I guess go where I can knock.
Yes. He, as you use your hand to it, the door just slides open. The other side is a large, dimly lit room. The center of it appears to be cleared. The edges are a bit busy. Practice cages sit unused with combat servitors in various configurations. Sets of weapons, swords, pole armors, rifles, they're all stacked with impeccable neatness against in racks. But there is no sword master, you can see.
I'll look around for a second. As someone who's probably been in a lot of training halls, or at least has her own perception of them, how well used / well maintained does this one look and feel? I know it's newly set up, but how intense has he gone?
Do you like to give me a scrutiny roll?
I mean, I will if I have to, but considering my scrutiny,
I mean, it would get you more stuff.
does -3 degrees of failure get me less stuff?
Alright, certainly there is a impressive collection of equipment, but it all looks very new. It's impossible to say whether that is just it having been maintained very well, or simply it only being for show.
I hope I didn't just get sense in the way of some collector. But nobody's here, even after some searching.
Well, after some searching, find that there is an adjoining room. This one is much smaller, and rather than having weapons on all of its walls, its various suits of armor, from the range from clearly old suits of plate, type that went out of fashion on your homeworld hundreds of years ago. Not even most modern plate armor, through sets of carapace, flak armor in the style of a couple of different regiments, and the center of the room, the pride of place, a tall suit of power armor. Bare steel but covered in inscriptions that you can immediately recognize from your homeworld as prayers to the Fire Lord.
No.
Oh. Well, perhaps in a different guise, but the prayer to keep the dark at bay is certainly the same. And in front of the power armor, sat cross-legged on the floor, is just a man. Well, he has the figure of a man, but looking at his face, he's even more delicate and pretty than you, Amelie.
Huh.
Plop. Hair is dyed a shade of blue, similar to Cass's. Where wide spectacles, but their eyes are closed now as if they were asleep.
She must be doing that meditating thing that Master always tried to get me to do. Hello?
Hello. Right, that's a bit too quiet, isn't it? Hello.
I guess I kind of just like look around at the armor and go like, are you going to ask me why I'm here?
No.
Well, I'm certainly going to tell you why I'm here. I'm looking for a sword master.
The man's eyes open and He just takes you in a glance. Try a mirror.
That is the problem. I need someone greater or equal to my skill so I can practice.
Hmm. And you come to me?
You were the only name recommended to me. Besides, I would think as a warrior you would want to prove yourself, no?
Why?
Because you're a warrior. You have your pride, don't you?
Pride is death.
That is not the way I see it.
How then?
My master was the proudest man, well, I suppose is, as he's still alive, that I've ever known. Although, I suppose, to be honest, even he would not just simply take a challenge that anyone offered.
Hmm. You say he is still alive, as if he is dying, and yet you use him to argue that pride is not death?
I do not like your logic, although there is a point to it. But still, my master is not a man who should be shamed in death. He gave his life for what all should give.
He nods, as if conceding that.
And it is not pride that will make you fight me, so I can see your skills and see if I can actually improve from you, then it is necessity.
What do you know of necessity?
Only what my master taught me. That I was supposed to be, and will be, a sword for the Empire. But I've seen the things that now he's trying to get me to fight. The powers they have. The abilities. I'm not good enough as I am now.
Hmm. You are as good as man can make you.
I do not believe that statement. If only because my master, the man I trust more than anyone else in the world, well, I suppose the worlds, told me that I still have much to go, that I can improve even further. So now I'm here trying to find people I can learn from.
Hmm. Your master is right, but it is not the sword you need to improve.
Oh? I am a swordswoman. What would I improve if not the sword?
He reaches up with a slow moment and just that movement and just taps the side of his head. A sword is one answer, but not all questioners ask for.
Sword is my answer. It was my master's answer, and it shall be mine. If there's other answers, then that's what party members are for, yes?
And when you stand alone?
I never stand alone, even in my darkest hours. But I suppose if I don't have any backup, I don't know what else to rely on if not my sword.
Your master, Graves. Did he not use a shield?
He did. For a while, I imitated him as well. I wanted to be like his fighting style. There was no stronger swordsman than I had ever seen than him. But even that was not enough.
He says nothing, as if waiting for you to continue.
I wanted to follow in his footsteps, but I'm not sure I'm suited for it. He always said that the young were focused on attack more than defense. And after seeing him fall, after seeing what happened on that planet, all I can feel is the urge to attack. I do not care what happens to me so as long as I can destroy my enemies. That is the truth of it.
Then you need a priest, not a swordsmaster.
We have Juno. It may have been her prayers that got us through this, but I know the times that Graves' sword has been instrumental in other times.
Not prayers to get you through. Not just that. Commend your soul as if you are already on the verge of death.
She looks kind of confused at that and goes, I don't mean to be rude, but as interesting as this conversation is, I did come to learn to try to improve my sword, not philosophy.
What's the difference?
The difference is that one can cut the enemy down. I've never seen philosophy ever cut a Chaos Marine in half.
A marine? No. They're never born masters, though. The daemon is a creature of belief. It is why the sword is strong against it. We believe it is the iconic weapon of man. And so it turns them asunder.
So, what you're trying to say is that I need to sharpen my belief.
Indeed. Though not just that. Your cunning, your eyes. You have already mastered the sword. But are you a master of knowing when and where to use it?
That's not a complicated question. It has a simple answer. My sword is to be used against my enemies and to protect my friends. That was always Graves' philosophy.
Good enough, I suppose. At least to start.
A start? How much farther does that need to go? The enemies of the Empire simply need be cut down.
They will all be. But when you make the cut is just as important as where you place it. The critical time. Your master surely taught you tempo.
He was never a man to waste his sword on petty things, but I don't know exactly what you mean. Warrior's time is supposed to be in the battlefield. An enemy arrives, it is time to fight. I do not grasp what could possibly be beyond that. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Just, he glances down slightly, shakes his head. We'll get to that, I suppose. But even if your mind is not there, your heart is in the right place.
I am choosing not to take that as an insult.
You're worth teaching.
I'm still not sure what it is you can teach me, but I suppose that's what I'm also here to. It is not as if there is anyone else who can teach me anything about the sword.
If you wish to give your full focus into attack, he stands and reaches behind the power armor, drawing a pair of beautiful power swords. Even in the dim light, they reflect like perfect mirrors. I can teach you how two blades dance as one. How you may make a cut in every direction. How you may sharpen your instincts and your hatred.
Now you are speaking language that I approve of.
And Amelie will draw her own 2 weapons. I forget. Was she able to get another power sword? No, I don't think she was. I don't think one just simply gets another power sword.
We have one in party loot if you want to borrow it or just have it. Well, it's a power saber, but whatever.
Oh yeah, no, that works.
Right. Are you going to keep that or just borrowing it?
Probably gonna keep it unless something better comes along.
Okay. Marking off the party loot.
Now, but yeah, Amelie will pull off her own weapons and say,
How about a friendly sparring match? Just so I can see exactly what you have to teach me. Do not worry, I am skilled enough to know how to hold back.
He just shifts into a guard stance and yeah. I feel like we don't need to actually roll this
No.
out because it would just be a while of both of you completely parrying each other's attacks until
Fair
one
enough.
of you screws up and then bam, it's all over.
I was honestly expecting to get nothing personnel, kid.
That's how I expected the intro to this encounter to go.
Absolute shit. Let me find the stats of a power saber again.
Isn't it just on Cube Sheet?
D10. It's a D10 plus 6, pen 4, razor sharp.
Thank you. I would say yes, it is on my character sheet, except it has bonus modifiers because Graves is not normal, and I had to jank around with the sheet. I didn't understand how the unnatural strength worked, and even with that, it's still different because then I have crushing blow. It's a whole thing.
Fair enough.
And it's also, I forget if his was good or best quality, which
It was
if
good.
it was best, it increases damage. It's
It was a good quality.
fair enough. Yeah, it was a whole thing. And Emily. Though, in the fight, the bodyguard is a lot more animate. Even you, without much any experience of reading people, can just see that his eyes are just as emotionless and dead as they had been the entire time you were talking.
Kind of eventually, I suppose, after the fighting dies down, she'll have to ask,
What is with your emotions? Once again, I do not mean to be rude, but even as a practice match, these are dangerous weapons.
I was not born with a great talent for the blade. It was left in me. And much taken. by the Neverborn.
The Neverborn?
The demons of the warp.
Oh. So if you two have run in with them.
He smiles then, and it's the most unsettling smiles you've ever seen.
Okay, this time I do mean to be rude. Please do not smile again.
I did not run in with them. My sister and I joined the Inquisitor when he exorcised a demon from me.
Demons can get inside souls.
Yes.
Emily makes a little. I guess what the equivalent, what the Emperor or the Flame equivalent is for making the air cross.
Imperial equivalent is the sign of the Aquila.
And I suppose with that demon, it took away your sense of fear?
It took much. But now I am a weapon for the Emperor. And that the Neverborn hold no power over me.
I am not sure I wish to rid myself of my fear. Master told me that fear was an important emotion, to be mastered and wielded like another tool.
He is right.
So you would not have me become fearless. At least this I can agree with. Still, the techniques, they are interesting to me. How Graves was like a mountain, or I guess a speeding mountain after he got those leg implants. You flow like water. Almost one attack begins as the other ends.
He, as requested, he doesn't smile, but he does permit himself a little smirk. This is a lot less like Frankenstein's monster is here to kill you. It's just a little out of place.
You know, you can smile at full even though it creeps me out. I will eventually get used to it.
Perhaps. But it is not just my style. I have fought long enough in his service that I have been... that my equipment is more suited than most. You'll proffer you the paired power swords.
She will put away her own swords and handle them very gently, as giving your weapons to another warrior is a big deal.
They are perfectly balanced and more than that, they seem to go together. In fact, moving both of your arms is smoother and more natural than moving just one. These are weapons that are designed to be wielded as a pair.
By the flame, these weapons are masterwork. Even my master's sword was nowhere near the quality. It's like as if I know how to move them just by simply holding them. Where did you get these?
They were a gift, forged on a world that is now dead.
A shame. If certainly not for all the lives lost for this mastercraft of art. If we had more weapons like these, the Imperium would not need so many guns.
There is still use in a gun. As fine as these are, I cannot make them explode at 60 yards.
So let's kind of shrug and go.
Mother always said I was rather atrocious at archery. I decided to stick to swordplay.
Perhaps you do have more knowledge of yourself than I credited.
Master said the first step to improving oneself truly is to know oneself. I am still learning what he meant by that, but I try to be honest with myself. It is why I knew, even though I did it out of respect, that I was never meant to wield a shield like he. Those are always the hardest lessons for me to learn. For my master, the shield was like a part of him, not simply just a tool to be used, but another part of his body. I think that is why he took to the cybernetics so well. But to me, the only thing that feels natural in my hand is a sword. Anything else is just, well, it's hard to explain it.
I understand.
The master said that we all have roles to fill, and that we should take pride in filling them if we can, but the Empire needs to work together. You teach me how to fulfill that role.
I will, yes.
Well, now that I am officially your student, does that I can play with these swords for a little bit longer?
He considers for a moment, and then nods.
I can tell we are going to be the best of friends already.
Alright. So, can leave Amelie there, and who has something they want to do next?
I mean, if no one else has something, I do have to talk to Inquisitor Reeve.
I got 2 things left, but I'm happy to wait for other people.
And I believe one of your things was also a thing with Eloa, right?
It was.
So, I think I would ask you guys to start with that, then we'll do Eloa talking to Reeve, only because that means I can go and get a new drink while you are role-playing.
Okay. And I can go get a new drink after that. Alright. So yeah, once Juno's done with Asa, the last thing she'll have her do is send Eloa a message asking if she has time to meet.
I must inspect your eye sockets, so yes.
Very clinical. All right. I'll be there soon. Where are you?
I think it would be best if I were to meet you where you're at.
Okay, that's fine. I'm in Cass's quarters.
I am on my way.
Juno will glance over at Cass and then feel out the now empty muffin tray and just slowly put it out of sight, like slide it under the bed. And we shall wait till the Magos arrives.
Alright. After about, I guess, like 10 minutes, there's going to be a knock on the door.
Come in.
Eloa will float in and then very conspicuously just remove the bandages from Juno's eyes and raise a Auspex scanner.
All right, yeah. Juno will allow you. She'll like gently crane Cass's eyes or Cass's head so she's not looking into the blank sockets. And while
Well,
you're
we have to wait for the GM to come back for the
that's fine.
results of that scan.
While you're doing it, Juno will just reach up and like feel a hand out to put it on your wrist and say, "Oh, Eloa, I've been meaning to thank you for this, for looking after me as you did after Frank. I know you and I don't always see eye to eye, uh, but I'm truly thankful to have a friend like you. We make a good pair of polar opposites in most respects, but I think that's to the benefit of the warband, don't you?"
Were it up to me, this planet would be a dust bowl, so yes. Tilt your chin, please.
And we'll do so. Do I need to say ah?
Merz, I'm scanning her empty eye holes.
What for?
To see how extreme the replacements for her ocular factories will be. Faculties, I mean.
I mean, you have to replace a chunk of brain and then the entirety of the optic nerve and actual eyes.
I can bring you back from this, but it will require quite a bit of resources.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Juno will feel out for the bandage and start reapplying it once you're done. I was hoping I could lean on your expertise in other fields than just replacing my eyes. Adept Null has offered to use some sort of cloning technology for me, but I'd like to truly understand my options before I commit to anything. Although, no matter which I choose, I suppose it will doubtless cost a small fortune. Nearly as many
The
resources as it took to requisition a company of men.
the superior option would have me put you under and scrape out the burnt wreckage of your eyes. However, we can clone eyes that will fit within you. However, I fear that may cost even more, although your pathetic clinging to your weak flesh might have you choose the latter option.
Well, it's about that is specifically why I wanted to talk to you. Um, I'm no expert in cybernetics. My role ends when the flesh is scraped. But I've been thinking ever since Vindalex, when I became with Lupus Libertas. The tech priest there suggested I get a MIU device. Were I to get that implanted, as they suggested, would that be enough to let me pilot a knight or other vehicle again? As onerous as taking care of myself and working has been these last few days, the greatest dread looming over me is that I might give up on my dream of knighthood if I do not replace something, but what?
Merzendi?
Uh, it would require a significant degree of training and practice, as you know, the MIU is receiving all of the information instead of your eyes. It is still normally configured to present it in a directly visible way, and the part of the brain it would interact with is damaged, but with some with a willing tech adept who's willing to, they could point it at a different part of the brain, and then you could learn the ways you can, well, you could learn how to read the inputs in a different sense.
Very well. Your options, my friend.
Hmm?
I can fit you with a mind impulse unit, and I can fit you with replacements for your eyes, be they cybernetic or biological. It is up to you.
Well, thank you, Eloa. I will take this under advisement. I feel I should follow up with Null and Reeve about this cloning business. It seemed more complex, what Null was suggesting, than just regrowing eyes in a vat. He seemed to be suggesting that I grow a whole new me.
Wear you him.
Hmm? Pardon?
He is a member of my order, but also has been touched by the Immaterium.
Is that a problem?
The Immaterium is always a problem.
Yes, but he is still one of Reeve's personal retainers. Should we not trust his judgment?
The very question I have for the Inquisitor.
All right, all right. Well, And, Merz, what do I see through our vision when I'm looking at Eloa? Is it just like a bag of floating organs, or do all of her cybernetics still, show through in at least some respect?
Which
Oh,
floating
yes.
organs?
Some part of you still biological.
So, yeah, when you look at Eloa, and this is the case to a lesser extent for all the other tech adepts, they are fully there, but they aren't just them. There are lots of little aspects that are joined together to form a greater whole. You can actually see the individual machinist spirits of their cyber mantles and how they work in unison to produce the adept in full.
Fascinating. I'm sorry, Eloa. I'm just taking up your time. And thank you for talking with me.
If you feel any additional pain, let me know. I can administer a painkiller is the wrong word for it.
Eloa, please, I'm still a doctor. I can prescribe myself medications. Although, strangely, this doesn't hurt at all. I'm not sure I would have noticed if I'd been in a dark room when this happened. The Emperor is not cruel, I suppose.
Your flesh seems to be mostly intact. I will contact you again within 12 hours.
All right. I'll talk to you then.
Okie dokie. I don't want to take up more time of other PCs, but Eloa is going to make a beeline for the Inquisitor.
Sure, you can locate him.
Anyone else?
Well, Juno's going there, but she's probably gonna chill with Casa for a while longer and have girl time, so she'll be later.
Winter? Snippy? Bob?
Well, I've already said my piece.
I don't really have anything going on. I'm sorry.
Besides, Narcia has to do some quality reading and contemplate on just how short her career is going to be if she actually keeps taking field assignments.
Nah, you do fine. Fine.
It's not going to stop her, but the existential dread is nice to have,
Yes.
I'm surprised you said yes.
I mean, he is
I'm a
psyker.
psycho.
They sort of traffic in existential dread.
Shit, you're right.
I'm literally just a tool for the Imperium.
And that must suck for you.
Well, my family's rich because of it, so like I'm the poorest person in my family. Which is ironic. Well, this is also my money, not just like what my great granddad fucking passed down. Anyway, no, I don't know if I have. Would I have anything with Reeves? I don't think so. Unless he wants to tell me. Unless he has more information on who my dad is.
You tell him.
One day, he will go to you with that pack of cigarettes that he went to get. Sadly, he still has not yet found the store.
He keeps just disappearing. I'm gonna love this meme all the way till it's true. But no. Oh, this is also considered our shopping trip, right?
Yeah, if you want to make acquisitions, now would be the time.
Okay. Alright. Oh, I need to look up to see how expensive Quick Draw is going to be for me.
Doubt it would be that expensive. I'm pretty sure it's a general finesse. Agility finesse, in tier 1.
Okay, that's not that. I mean, that's still expensive, but yeah, that's 600 XP. Oh well. What? Okay, what is it? Okay, a common quality is a rare.
A common quality what?
I'm looking for a shock whip. Just a.
Oh,
I'm actually gonna take you up on that whole flexible thing. It's not good against bosses, but I can definitely see where it'd have been useful fighting a bunch of mooks.
yeah, they are actually just really good.
Like, so like, oh hey, Emily. I know Graveside, but I still like to continue the training with this dude. Also, I rediscovered my my old favorite and just start. Here's the whip. Just 3 meters away, just throwing stuff at him. He's like this. How? Leave me alone.
And then he pulls out the power pike.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's fair. I mean, he still can't parry it.
Excuse me, did you just say there's something I can't parry?
Yes.
Well, considering that's factual.
We went over this. Yeah, that's why I'm picking it. Do I have to, since I assume pretty much every cop on the beat has a shitty version, I imagine I might have to actually like order a best quality.
You would, and to be honest, cops on the beat don't even have shock whips. They traffic in malls.
All right.
So
Yes.
why do you have a whip?
Say again, sorry, Savin?
I was asking, what do you need a whip specifically for?
Because a whip can't be parried.
I mean, fair enough. Oh, woo.
Yeah.
Hi, puppy.
Doggo knows what's up.
It also has a 3-meter range on it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
unfortunately not as good as Warhammer Fantasy, though.
It is true. And I mean, I can also inflict stun if they get hurt by it. I said it's pretty good against mooks or people that aren't really wearing a lot of armor.
Yeah, we definitely fought a lot of those.
I mean, we did right before we fought a demon. Well, quote unquote.
We all had armor.
Well, quote unquote fight. I mean, yeah, but not like god tier armor. We like a basic power sword just went right through him. So,
Well, yeah. I mean,
But,
power swords do tend to do that. Anyway, I'll let you get on with it.
Yeah. Given how long you are likely to be here, and the fact that Vindalex still likes you lots, if you want to, you can just send a message to them asking them to construct you either one or two, or I guess theoretically more if you really want.
well, I was
best
going to give
quality
one.
whips.
I was going to give one to Emily just for the off chance she'll use it, but she seems some odd reason I don't think she's going to use it, even if it was a decent weapon.
Yeah, so
So I might just stick with one.
I mean, that is pretty fair, given that they are quite expensive. Just to say, it's a -50 to roll or 6 to buy.
Shit.
Admittedly, you are highborn, so it goes down to 5 to buy, but still.
Oh man. Oof. Well, that still drops me below 50 influence.
Yeah, I mean, you are going to eventually get a reward for this planet being done.
49. Okay, I'll grab it. I don't have many melee weapons.
He says, lying. Like a liar.
Power fist having motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Okay. Okay. I will wait. Is there anything that they might want in
In our
a
party
little
loot.
well, we're planning on selling that off. So I was going to
Well,
see
I
if
mean,
I could.
you could maybe trade something. Like, we have a best quality refractor field.
Well, I don't want to just immediately trade that off. Because that's for everyone else, and this is for me. So I don't want to be just.
Okay. Hey, that's more than fair.
Let's see. Who? Why do I have a grenade launcher listed? I don't.
Do you have a grenade launcher?
I have the weapons profile of a grenade launcher.
I mean,
I believe at some point you were given one temporarily and never deleted it from your sheet.
Yeah, that's
and
what
never
I
gave it back in true inquisitorial fashion.
oh yeah, I think Narcia gave it to you actually.
Ah,
I keep handing those out, and they keep exploding. I'm never giving you a fucking grenade launcher ever again.
well,
Learn my lesson.
anyway. Okay, I don't really have anything I could really give up, so sad.
You could give up your immortal soul.
Ooh.
I
The
know
Emperor
several
has one.
demons who would give you shit tons of influence for it.
Influence? Or the other infamy resource?
Either or.
Merz.
I mean,
Good idea, actually. Can I sell myself to the devil?
Have you tried selling your soul to the Emperor? You don't get influence, but you do get miracles. It's pretty great.
Now I'm torn.
One is like a Adobe Studio, paying subscription, so the other is buying Clip Studio.
Those are.
Me neither.
Okay, one of them is a corporate ripoff. The other is an ethically made program.
Fair enough.
okay.
But yes, is there anything else you want to try to arrange done, Baltus?
Not really. Nothing sane. Nothing that the
Nothing
keep
sane,
having-
he says.
Yeah, I keep having this idea of literally going on just a blank hunt, just like walking down some slums. Oh hey, there's a blank, and then I just get a bag, put put a bag over the head, drag him up. Hey, this is my new best pal.
Oh my god, that would literally give you just the worst headache.
Yes.
Best case scenario.
But I don't think that's gonna work out. Well, I mean, I was gonna have Narcia, Jeff, or Ceiko help me out. But I don't. I think I'm just gonna keep that as a dream and pass it on to someone else.
Fair enough. It's an interesting thought, Savin.
Just gonna
Concern.
add that on to my things to talk to Reeve about. Speaking of which, did Eloa do her thing?
No. Stray was being self-conscious about taking up time and then went into Baltus shopping.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's certainly a thing you could talk to him about. To be honest, I'm not sure how much useful advice he could give you, but you know.
I mean, it's just one of those. If I had a nickel for every time this happened, I'd have 2 nickels. But it's weird that it happened twice.
I'm glad the line's making a resurgence lately. So good.
Dr. Doofenshmirtz is a great character.
He was.
It's just like what maybe leave out the part about convincing Juno to fucking murder herself by.
Oh no, you don't. You don't get to not mention that shit.
Juno,
you go talk to your dad about what you did, boy.
It was all part of the plan, believe me.
See, that's why I thought it was a Thorian. His fucking son came in here and was like, all right, Juno, I need you to fucking martyr yourself. It's like, okay, you got it, Chief.
I mean, hey, it worked though, didn't it?
It did. Again, hence the Thorianism. I was really starting to think this motherfucker was here trying to like engineer some sort of Saint Juno thing. Oh well.
I mean, oh my god, did he plan on me trying to like save myself by sacrificing Juno?
Look, it's an Inquisitor. He could be playing like 10D chess. We don't know.
So, what? So he,
So-
uh, I don't know how that conversation would go. Just, hey, Reeves, hey, so I met another living saint.
Are you actually going to go and try to talk to him about it?
Sure. You know what? I want his input on this new situation that I've.
All right. Yeah, you can find him at some point, and he's not busy organizing stuff on the planet. And, Baltus, I hope that I hope that the downtime has been treating you well. Your warband has been quite busy of late.
It really has. We've seen some things. Which reminds me.
Go on.
I'm not sure how to. I gotta trying to process. This is the second time in 2 planets we've I've come face to face with a living saint. It's sort of like Juno got all glowy simply because I asked her to basically take a few bolter rounds before Frank got to me, and she took that a whole different direction. But
Really?
yeah.
I must say I am quite surprised that she needed convincing.
I know it's. She did spend a long time talking to him beforehand, like, apparently it was a very in-depth phone call.
His eyes harden. That is something I will have to speak to her about. Even inured as she is, the enemy has many ways of influencing us. And was he revealed as what he was during that phone call?
No. By that point, we had pretty much figured him out. We just needed him to stand still long enough for us to find him. And Narcia sort of volunteered for that role.
You mean Juno?
Not Juno, yeah. Pull a DCL here.
I see. I see. It's a great risk, but if one of you had to do it, yes, she was best suited. But do you think the phone call is why she hesitated?
Baltus is going to sit there and think for a minute. He's actually going to say no. It was, she brought it up multiple times about how he was beating, by the time I got to Juno, Graves has already fallen. Emily was hurt. Who else was in bad shape?
Marco was dead. The commissar had been tore up pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, all that happened as I'll list off a short play-by-play of what happened, like just as Baltus got into Juno's, got within the earshot of Juno. But the phone call certainly put the words in her head, and then he put proof to those words.
I see. You'll have to watch her then. At least, I suppose if she, well, if as you say, she became all glowy.
Glowy giant wings, got a cool sword.
Yes, then you do not have too much to be worried about. That certainly is not something that would happen to someone who had fallen.
I would like to think so.
Well, you can see the flow of the aether. Was it when she was in that state? What manner did it take around her? Was it his holy light or something more sinister?
Okay,
Do you
out of
even look?
character. I did not even look. I did not even look. You know what? I'm just gonna be. I'm gonna be honest and just no. I didn't look. There was lots of other things I was worried about at that time.
That's fair.
Well, I cannot blame you for keeping your focus on the battle. Unless she... unless she displays further signs of having fallen, I think we can leave it as a matter of faith that it was the Emperor with her, not a darker patron.
I feel safe in that assumption as well. After all, it was me haranguing her about her duty to the Emperor that sort of caused it.
Yes. You said she took it in a whole different direction. Did she charge at the fallen angel and impale herself on his blade?
You blanked out there for a minute.
Oh, sorry.
It said, I assume you meant, he's asking me if I just assumed Juno was going to charge out in the middle of combat and
He's asking what she actually did.
oh, what she actually did. Yeah, she took a sacrificial knife that he's just gonna lay it all bare. She took the sacrificial knife that Frank had been using to swap bodies and some link to a ritual, I guess. Actually, I think Baltus somehow did. I remember knowing about the ritual but not understanding it. I'm not sure when it was not explained but brought up. The blood and bone.
That was after I'd already killed myself. It was at the end of that session.
Yeah, no, but that sounded familiar. Like I've heard that before. Like it was.
If you did, it must have been in DMs because it never came out before.
Okay.
Clearly, just lucked into that shit.
Yeah.
It's also possible it's just something you've had from a general lore / occult reading.
Yeah, that could be it too. But all right. So I explained that she took a obsidian blade that that Frank had been wanting to. He's been using it to change his shape to copy people or kill them and then take their not just their facial expressions or even really their identity, but their entire persona.
Shit, was he doing that? Whoops. I thought it was a fucking teleport tagger. I thought he was gonna cut a hole in space and time. Fucking just step out. Peace. Whoops. I fucked up real good.
I mean, it. So actually, explaining here, it was just a empowered ritual knife. It could, dependent on how it was used, it could have done a lot of things. Yes, it was what he used to make the cuts in all of the victims he skin changed into. He could have attempted to cut an etheric portal open. Could have, done a demonic summoning, like Juno did. But she got the nice demons.
Are they demons or are they just a chapter that has a fortress in the warp?
It's a good question, and the answer is they're demons.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough then.
What?
The answer is they are very, very probably demons.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not official in the lore yet that I know of, but I also don't read that much 40K.
I've yet to meet someone who said, these guys are not demons.
Yeah. It was also made pretty much explicit in one of the Horus Heresy books. Like, way back before, the legions had been split. Under the throne, the Emperor summons them with his psychic might, including Ferrus Manus, his dead body. it's just a legionnaire of the damned.
Oh, well, as long as the Emperor summoned them, that's fine. That's how that works.
The Big E is a capital offender of the "it's okay when I do it."
Yeah, exactly. It's fine.
But in any case, yes, explain that Reeve's expression goes quite stony.
As I describe her, then stabbing it into her own chest while saying a combination of prayers to the Emperor and "fuck you" to Frank at the same time.
Well, that certainly is one way of spiting the enemy. Though it is, it really is a surprise that one of the most radical members of my retinue is a sororita.
Now he has seen everything.
And Bob's just DC'd.
As the Psyker gets sucked into the warp. That's just Psyker things.
Straight, Baltus is going to talk to Reeve about, the shit that happened, and, he's now seen multiple living saints, and that just turned into, Narc on Juno.
Good boy. You did the right thing.
Well, this is going to be an awkward meeting when I go talk to Reeves now.
Bob, are you back?
It's what you fucking get for saving the day. This is a grim, dark universe. You're not supposed to have a happy ending.
It's okay. When I go to the stake because of Baltus, I will just become another angel. It'll spite all of you. You may strike me down, but I will rise again more glorious than you can imagine.
That's the spirit.
Yeah,
You... Being that you weren't there when Baltus did it, you couldn't have told Reeve about Baltus convincing Juno to kill herself, and then she did it with a, ritual knife. And you saw her do it, but Baltus knows quite a bit more about the knife than you do. So he's now going into a lot more detail about that specific event.
so, Bobby back?
Evidently not.
Rip.
I'm going to go and very quickly use the restroom while he
Okay.
fights the internet.
Hello again.
Hello, hello.
To you, but unfortunately not to Bob.
Ah. Darn.
Well, you want, you could probably just do the Eloa meeting with Reeve. That shouldn't conflict with what Bob was doing.
Uh, yeah, I guess we can. We'll need to slightly jump gears, but that should be doable. So, Stray, are you here?
Mm.
I think that was an affirmative noise.
I am as present as can be.
Alright. Then, yeah. You also wanted to go and see the Inquisitor at some point.
Yeah.
Yes. At some point, indeed. You can. Though he is fairly busy. He does have a lot of time set aside just for people to randomly drop in. Because, he's an Inquisitor. His entire warband is PCs, and that's how PCs work. Like, appointments are super rare. Eloa. Can I help you with something?
We are both bound by ancient treaties. As you cannot fully command a daughter of Mars, neither can I take up the mantle of Inquisitor or throne agent. However, I recognize that you are the left hand of the Omnissiah, and have taken great pains to ensure that that respect is reciprocated. Thus, I have a request. How greatly do you trust the one whose name has been nullified by the authority of the... One sec. Desperately scrolling.
I believe it was Cyclonian Lords.
Okay. How fully do you trust one whose name has been redacted by the Cyclonian Lords?
Ah. Yes, of your rank. You, of course, you know now. He is in an interesting situation. Of course, there are limits to how I can trust him, but his gene line has been in service of the throne far longer than I. Oh, they are prone to megalomania. They have a low rate of being influenced by the enemy.
by right of the Treaty of Olympus Mons, do you then swear this is the truth?
I do so swear.
Very well. In the face of unrelenting horrors from the Empyrean ones, I will grant you and him the influence necessary to have my armor engraved with hexagrammic words.
Ah. Yes. Yes. Is that is within our power to do. And the adept has had much experience with my own armor and that of Irenaeus has received such inscription as under his care.
I apologize, Lord Inquisitor. You know, this was all a part of standard procedure.
Indeed. And you have no cause to offer apology. For his name to be hidden even from you must rankle, and the ones who ordered it are long since gone. But their will is that their bindings and will remain even with the Forge, even after the Forge's destruction.
By ancient treaty, I am, as ever, your left hand. Thank you, Inquisitor.
Thank you, Eloa, for taking the time to ask rather than attempting some harebrained scheme to attempt to work out who he is regardless.
Have you not seen the Aquila, Inquisitor? While you are the right, I am the left. The two-headed eagle ever guards the Imperium.
Indeed. But there are many who do not understand it the same way you do. Or even when they do, decide that they know better and, well, we end up with an entire deck of the ship flooded with salt water for 6 years.
I have memorized the Treaty of Mars by heart. I know the Omnissiah's word. By his will, I am bound to the Inquisition.
All right. It was fairly simple. Yeah. Bob, are you actually in call?
Yes.
Ah, yes. So we'll switch back to you to change gear to slightly annoyed Reeve.
Who's
Yes.
he annoyed at?
Hi.
When the thing I was saying when you lost net was that it really does surprise me that the most radical member of my retinue is a sororita.
He just goes, I didn't think of it that way. That was definitely not a very unexpected turn of events.
Certainly, but
He's just, like Baltus is like she's even turned down like what biomechanical improvements. I'm trying to remember what they're called.
Bionics.
Yeah, she's to keep her flesh pure, and then the only way I can save my friends is by sacrificing myself and then stab.
the martyrdom I expect that is a key tenet of that order, but to do it in that manner, that is the path of a Xanthite.
Well, at least she didn't turn into what she really wanted to be. That would have been very interesting.
Explain.
She most likely did not want to turn into a giant bird person. She dreams quite often of becoming a knight. Not necessarily being the pilot of a knight, being the actual big stompy robot.
A little bit of brain damage.
That would have.
So
I. The
you only
the
talk about it being
Emperor
all the time.
is very powerful, and he rewards sacrifice, but I somehow doubt that there is any possibility of his radiance transfiguring her into a machine. Otherwise, well, if that were possible in such a manner, I can only believe that the Mechanicum would have done it by now.
Baltus is like, oh, I was going with the other angle. The
Yes,
there
yes.
was more ruinous.
That is another point in her. Well, that is another mark in her favor. If it were dark powers that lifted her, then they most likely would have done that.
Now, I can't. Like Baltus is, now that you bring it up, I find it. He was shocked when it happened, but he's definitely now very wondering what weird brain process got Juno to just stab herself, other than self-sacrifice. Maybe heat of the moment. I knew it. I fucking knew. Anyway.
I would suggest, if you have such concerns, speak to her. I was not there, after all, and even if I had been, it'd be difficult to diagnose her thoughts without actually being in her head.
Yeah, let's see if that message goes through. I could probably tell it before it loads. I'm asking if I know about the little get together Juno had on Leth with the rogue psychers.
I think we
The
already
one you were
told him.
there for.
I know I wasn't there for it. I'm asking if I know, because everyone there for it died.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
They were blinded. They
were. Oh,
yeah,
I
wait.
thought okay.
All the priests on that planet were blinded. I don't think you even knew they were psychers. Also, yeah, you weren't there. Juno just said she threw the flames into the great brazier in their tower, and then everyone went blind except her, and she saw the golden throne itself.
Okay. Well, no. Well, here's the issue. Baltus did know they were psychers.
You never met them though. You knew the one guy was a psyker.
I did a mass Sinus sweep. I remember talked about there's the big ones, which were all in the church, and the smattering of little bitty tiny ones.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it was after the great pilgrimage that Baltus did that detect. So they were, fully awakened psychers as well. But he had also generally figured out they were psychers from talking to the local priest about them and the fact that they apparently performed flame-based miracles.
So did Juno just so happen to forget to mention that in her reports?
I don't make reports.
Huh.
No, literally at no point has anyone ever asked me for a report. I've offered to make them for Narcia, and she says no.
No. Only
See.
I can cook the books. I mean, prepare the reports properly.
See, this
Yeah.
is why I want to go talk to Reef, because I haven't had a chance to tell him about any of this shit yet. I have no idea what Narcia's been fucking reporting.
So, is he not going to ask? Neither does Baltus. So he's not. So he just goes. You're not going to ask about the first living saint that was a space marine.
The dreadnought, that was covered in Narcia's report. And to be frank, Baltus, while it is impressive, he is of significantly less concern than the one that is with us aboard this vessel.
That is true. But did was the report concerning Eustace mention the I'm just gonna let that. Gonna bring up the whole Juno having a special seance with the higher ups that in the church of the fuck. What was the name that they used? The
Fire Lord.
Fire Lord. I'm about to say Flame Falcon, but I'm like, that does not.
I mean, it's
The fact that most of their leaders, specifically almost all of their higher ups, are psychers. And Juno apparently had a seance with them that where she had a vision. I'm pretty sure most of that was covered in the report, but I have no clue how much.
In general terms, it was. This is why, once you are all suitably recovered, I have instructed Narcia to prepare you all for a debriefing
Okay.
on the events of Lev.
Okay.
Now, this vision, how much did Juno tell you about it?
Actually, I don't. I think I had to go to sleep around that time, so I don't actually know.
all I ever said was it was just the Golden Throne.
Yeah. Most likely, what was just written down in the report. I was not there personally.
I see.
Or basically just like what David just said, just the Golden Throne, if he wants to collaborate with the report. Just in case Narcia put like I don't know a giant bird person.
That'd be nice.
That's what I said. Cool. Since this is now snitch on Juno.
I don't know what I did to deserve this, but okay.
The hatred psyker comment.
I see. That does line up. Oh, it is quite impressive that her eyes survived that first vision.
It's It's almost as if she was just chosen.
Baltus, my dear boy, you are sounding like a Thorian.
Out of character, I don't know what that means.
It's a faction within the Inquisition.
I gathered that much. Does that mean I'm like super puritanical, or
They are they are a sort of Puritan, sort of radical movement. They believe in the Emperor creating divine avatars and chosen ones for perfect moments in time, and like people having an aspect of the Emperor within them to empower them moments of crisis.
I broke up after the Avatar for perfect moments of time.
Yeah. They are basically the faction of the Inquisition that is super specialized in living saints and love them and want to collect them all.
Ah. Well, tough to be them. Most of them die. Usually assassinated by their friends.
Hey, you're fucking helping out there, dude. Thanks.
Yeah. Baltus is gonna, I guess, get real quiet on that comment, because that seems to be how the universe fucking works, and how strange those chosen ones tend to look after a while.
Though I suppose it is certainly possible. I do not like the idea of chosen ones, Baltus. Predestination. It reeks too much of predestination. And while it is, I cannot doubt that the Emperor has a plan, the idea that we are, well, that there are some of us who are just from birth selected to be a part of that and given great powers, that rankles. Humanity is a product of its choices. And if there are chosen ones, then that means there are those who are not chosen, who, no matter their choices, I am rambling philosophy. It is no matter.
Well, personally, I think the Emperor has a place for pretty much every human.
Oh, indeed.
And
If we are but willing to greet him, and the Emperor's light can fill us all.
yes. Perhaps in that moment it wasn't Juno that was the chosen one, but myself for convincing Juno.
That is... You do have an etheric connection. Some element of his will may have come to empower your words and set Juno to making the right choice.
I would like to think so. I would like to think so. The Emperor is magnanimous.
Indeed. Indeed he is. Thank you for sharing this information, Baltus. It was done well.
I thank him for his time, for listening to my opinions for a while. No, I don't know he's my dad, Juno. Or Savin, I can't.
Literally everybody else does, but okay.
Narcia isn't saying a damn thing.
It's just like Naruto. Everybody knows who his dad is besides Naruto.
Oh my god! Now I have to tell him.
Yep, I'm just one moment for stream, just in case anyone forgets why we say Reeve is Baltus's dad. Just look up from next to each other.
Also, even the NPCs have said, yeah, that's Balty's dad.
Yeah.
They never said it to me.
I swear to
Oh
God.
no, it's not fair play.
Thought you knew.
I'm going to bring it up to Reeve just for you, my friend.
Oh, bonus points. Reeves doesn't know. Just oh no.
How many times have I time traveled? Are we sure this is my son, not just me from the past?
I mean, that's also a possibility the rate this is fucking going.
Oh my fucking god, brain, why?
Alternatively, Balty could be Reeve's dad. Who the fuck knows?
You could have just not put that potential in the zeitgeist, but you did.
Oh
I'm
no.
sorry. I'm so
No.
sorry.
And the real truth. There is no emperor. That's just Baltus in a golden suit.
It's not like actual golden armor either. They just threw some paint on it. It's been the longest con in human history.
No, it's a puppet. It's a giant golden puppet.
Oh no, you invented the Muppets. My God.
Yes.
It's an animatronic Playing fucking Farscape now, my god.
He also invented Five Nights at Freddy's.
It's even worse.
Yes. Yes.
Alright. So, I think we can leave that scene. Juno.
Please.
Yeah. Made an appointment. You'll find that your appointment appears to have been fast tracked to almost immediately.
Somebody ding me on my tablet. It's a shame I can't read. No, I'll quickly zip down. I'd say quickly, as hurriedly as I can. Zip down to Cass's, get some like tasteful makeup thrown on, get my Sororitas robes on, make sure that they are not covered in blood this time. Go down to the galley, get some more of those muffins because they are delicious and full of this thing called a banana, and then we'll go see Reeve, I guess.
Sure. You arrive. You'll find that the room is, well, it's a little odd, especially for your senses. From the outside, it's like it doesn't exist. But Reeve calls you in, and when you go in, it's like the rest of the world doesn't exist. Ah, yes, just go to a nice friendly meeting with your power halberd.
Yeah, just want to make sure we're all on the same page that I've not come armed to this meeting.
At least not with the giant weapon.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I know I have a weapon on my person, but not a particularly useful one.
It's very useful.
I mean, it is, but not to me at this particular juncture. In fact, it's probably a detriment. Anyway, yeah, gonna get to the door frame and give it a couple raps with the staff.
Oh. Juno, come in. There's a chair at the end of the table. I believe the incense should allow you to locate it. It should be mildly psionically resonant.
Can I actually see anything?
When you go in, yes. It's like you can see Reeves' aura sat at one end of the table, and then just little speckles of golden dust in the air. That silhouette of the objects, a table, a couple of chairs, a cabinet against one wall.
Juno's going to just set her staff in the corner then. Oh, Inquisitor, that's incredibly thoughtful of you. Thank you. This is quite nice. And thank you for the appointment. I had some matters to discuss, but I know full well one cannot intrude on the time of a man of such grave importance without proper offerings. Juno will present the muffin platter.
Ah, thank you. Take one to sniff and then a nibble and set it down for now. And should not thank me overly. It was the suggestion of one of the ship's astropaths. They use this incense for training their novices, those who have been soul-bound but have not yet mastered their ether sight.
Huh. Still, I thank you for the consideration nonetheless. It has been some trying days, as you can imagine.
Yes. Yes. I have, your fellow members of the warband have told me some of what happened, but could you perhaps put it into your own words?
Of course, I will do my best. Talking is, at this point, one of the few things I'm good at. Where would you like me to start?
When you first uncovered the Frank's true identity.
Ah, yes. We were in a bunker, the governor's bunker. It had survived an orbital plasma shot, I believe, from our Mechanicus friends. He had, for reasons arcane and mysterious to me, left this dagger in the governor's care. She was a woman. She became a splat before I got much of a chance to interact with her. Anyway, the dagger was in a safe or ritual box of some kind. Baltus picked it up, examined it, and seemed to immediately come to the conclusion that Frank was, well, Dark Marshal. I suppose he must have had some sort of vision or psychic connection, I can't imagine. But he had previously pointed out that Frank had some sort of psychic aura about him, some aura around the head specifically that seemed to flare when he saw security footage of the marshal. I have it around here. Juno will helplessly set her tablet on the table if you want to look at some point. Once we realized who he was, we went to confront him. There was a bar run by some alright cartel scum that had previously helped us gain entrance to the Mechanicum facility. In this role, at least, strangely, Frank was... forgive me, I do not like to... He was helpful in ways that he should not have been, that condemned his own operation. I don't understand why. It's like he enjoyed being an inquisitor. Not running us around. He genuinely helped us to uncover his own plot. I cannot begin to understand the mind of the enemy, and in this case I don't want to. But it was the strangest thing to uncover once it had been laid bare, that he had gone to such great lengths to help us every step of the way to uncover his own plot. Anyway.
The enemy are ruled by their vices. an infiltrator like that, it is likely that he did not know how to stop acting, even when it condemned him. It was still in his intrinsic nature to do his best to pretend to be this frank.
Then I suppose it's a shame we never kept a close eye on him, that we trusted our fellow Inquisitors to acolytes and to act on the planet. If we had kept him close, perhaps he would have simply unraveled his own plot entirely. But it's too late for such regrets, I suppose. Anyway, where was I? Right, the bar. We arrived at the bar, entered via rappelling. We expected him to be there. We thought he'd be most likely killing the lady in charge there and possibly Marco, cleaning up his tracks now that he had been rumbled. Unfortunately, the Juno will pause one would think. As it happened, the leader of the Arite cartel had already left and, I believe, been killed by the time we arrived. Fortunately, Marco was still there. He had arrived late. We asked the barman to give the cartel leader a call to try and warn her about what was about to happen. I reasoned that they had done us a service in uncovering the corrupted Magos. The least we could do in return was to prevent her being butchered by a Chaos Marine. Too late, though. Frank answered her comms and began his gloating about how we'd never catch him, etc., etc. But he wanted a knife back. This ritual dagger of his, and Juno's gonna put up a hand and very slowly reach onto her belt and take the scabbard off and set it down. I tried throwing it into the garbage, but it keeps popping back like Frank's own sword. This artifact of his. So he wanted this back. I assumed in my ignorance that he was going to use it to escape, that he would, will mime, not with a dagger in hand, because again, she doesn't want the Inquisitor to wham her, cutting directly in front of her. And he would thrust it into the aether and cut himself a hole back to hell, and the Emperor only knows what could have happened at that point. Either way, he seemed to be taunting us that he would, without the dagger, simply wait here for us to exterminatus the planet. As I'm sure you are aware, Inquisitor, I am given to a nature that is bent on preserving human life when and where possible. He knew it. I knew it. He wanted to make a deal for the dagger, I think, that I would give it to him and instead he would leave the planet through its dark magics and we could spare the world from destruction. I seized upon the opportunity to wave my fellow acolytes off, that they should return to my Arvus and trace the signal from the bar's phone, which they did. Unfortunately, that left me in a several minutes long conversation with a Chaos Marine on the phone, which I'm sure I do not need to tell you was an deeply unpleasant experience on every level. But luckily my fellow acolytes were incredibly swift in tracing him to himself. Eloa is, as ever, a master of security measures, and they attempted to land my lighter on him. We've done that before, that maneuver. I'm sure you read it in Narcia's report about the Dark Magos on Leth. I was really hoping that would work, but no such luck with Frank. I don't know exactly what happened after that point, but for reasons, again, mysterious to me, Balty returned to the bar at great haste and babbled something about thinking that Frank was here with me, here being the bar, of course. At that point, I had already shot the bartender. He had overheard all of what Frank had said, and frankly, if it rattled me, I could not stomach to think what it would do to a mortal soul, so I ushered that poor fellow off to the Emperor's side. Then Balty began cutting a portal to where the rest of the warband was fighting. There was a group of Scytharii with us still at the bar. I'm not quite sure why they weren't with the rest of the unit, but I'm sure Eloa had her reasons. I'm not keyed into their BattleNet. But there was a unit of Scytharii. Balty wanted to bring myself, the Scytharii, and his own power through the portal to help our friends. Unfortunately, at that point, Frank had not hung up the phone, and I was able to hear in excruciating detail the rest of the warband being cut to shreds. I'm sure you're aware of Graves' combat prowess. Once I realized he had been felled completely and the fight had gone out of him utterly, now I fear permanently. I made the decision that if this dagger was something Frank wanted, I would under no circumstances allow him it. My first thought was to return to the Martian ship and ask them to throw it into the sun or detonate a plasma bomb on it, whatever. Just get it off planet away from Frank. But Balty stirred my righteous zeal. I am not a woman given to quick anger, Inquisitor, but the sound of my friends being butchered was too much. Even knowing that if I followed what he asked, I might render unto Frank exactly what he wanted. So I resolved that I would find another way to ensure that he never got the dagger. I spent what few moments I had left in the bar while Balty conjured his portal, blessing my flesh and trying to banish what evil I could from the dagger. With ardent prayer. And when the time was right, I stepped through the portal. I suppose I was the first of us to go through, or perhaps the Scytharii Alpha was. I can't remember precisely. But I told Frank I had the dagger. I said I had what he wanted. He should focus his attention on me. Amelie screamed that I was betraying Graves' trust. I can only imagine what went through the others' minds, that they thought I was a traitor in that moment. But no, I knew what must be done. The dagger must be rendered impotent. And I had but one means to do that in immediacy. I pressed the blade to my chest. I told Frank exactly what I thought of him and all of his ilk. That would corrupt humanity so. It would take the Emperor's sacred images and his sacred form and twist them into his playthings, that he would corrupt their souls. I told him I chose hope and love and the Emperor's will. And I fell upon the dagger, hoping that my blood so blessed would cleanse it of its taint and perhaps buy my friends some time to slay him or escape. And a moment later, I stood back up, and I was joined by his angels, clad in black with righteous bolters, singing praises in silence and gunfire. We took the battle to Frank, empowered by the Emperor's grace. I have never struck a foe in melee before, but guided so with a sword of light, I cut deep into that hollow armor of his. And together we opened up enough opportunity for the Meltaguns to do their work. And unfortunately, I could not land the final blow with the Emperor's light. I'm no fighter, Reeve. Lord Inquisitor, I lacked the strength to kill him before the Meltaguns did, and in so doing I fear we simply shunted him back to the Immaterium rather than destroying him utterly. But I suppose that is a small victory. I will content myself with knowing that my friends all lived, and Frank will no longer threaten this world. And with the last of my power, my gift from the Emperor, I saw my friend Jeff cut to pieces at my feet. I picked him up. I bade the Emperor to hold his servant close and restore his crippled body, that he may fight on in his name. In that moment, my power flared, and I saw no more. You arrived shortly thereafter, once Eloa had bandaged me, and we returned to your side. Sorry, I need a drink of water. Juno will reach out and rope out a glass and take a deep swig.
I see. So you meant to purify the knife with your blood.
Yes, Inquisitor, I had heard more than once that the blood of a pure-hearted Sororitas has some etheric property to cleanse and protect against the corruption. The Materium, I had no better alternative at the moment. And so, and forgive me if this sounds grandiose, but I decided that if there was no better way to keep this away from Frank, that I would see if those rumors were true.
May I? You can see here there's him reaching towards the knife.
Juno will gently push it towards him. It's, as far as I can tell, not harmful, unless one focuses psychically on it. It seemed to cause a great deal of stress to Baltus, but to myself, at least, it seems like nothing more than an inert dagger at the moment.
he looks over it for a few minutes, and he does. You can hear him taking various things from pockets, little tools.
Yeah, while he's doing that, I'd like to focus my aura vision on him, not the dagger. Fuck that thing. I want to look at that. Divert my gaze from that business. I'm gonna look at Reeve. What can I glean from his aura personally? Does it look like Balty's? I would like to know.
There are certain similarities. It does not burn with the same psychic power that Baltus has. And you can also determine that he is cautious about something. He's closing himself off in some way. Perhaps from the dagger, perhaps even from you.
That's fine. I would close myself off too in his shoes. So Juno will just kind of watch him for a bit. So he's doesn't have like a bright psyker aura necessarily, but does his aura shine any brighter than, say, Cass's or Jeff's? Does he seem like he has a little more of the Emperor's light in him?
Yes. He is lit up quite a bit. Though, yeah, as I said, not a psyker, he does seem to be very much touched.
Alright. Juno will just smile kind of vaguely at him and munch her muffin. Let him do his work in silence.
It's not quite silence. Some of the tools he is using make little noises, a small sounds like a small hammer of some sort.
Once the hammer comes out, Juno's just gotta ask, I guess. If you don't mind my asking, Inquisitor Reeve, what are you doing? I don't mean that reproachfully. I'm simply curious to learn your trade.
I am not a psyker myself, but there are various techniques that one can perform that approximate the warp site.
I see. I had no idea.
Yes, it is, it is not something that we publicize, but nor is it truly, nor is the information's existence a great secret. After all, many of the Ordos are not psychers, and yet you must be able to find and contend with them.
I will have to suggest to Lord Mercury that he invest in such a device for his acolytes, then. Having a psyker on Marco's team might have saved millions of lives.
Perhaps Or perhaps the psyker or the device would simply have been destroyed.
I suppose that is true, though Baltus seemed able to at least read something was wrong with Frank before, without even alerting him that something was amiss. But I'm afraid my knowledge of such things is nascent, and I am likely speaking out of turn. I will eat my muffin in peace.
A few more minutes will pass. Examine the sea dagger in most excruciating detail. For finally, he sets his tools down. Well, I have good news and bad news, you know.
Excellent. I will take the bad news first, if it's all the same.
Very well. The dagger is still potent. The psionic activation is likely to be permanent, and it is bonded to you. It cannot be destroyed while you still live. And it is also there is a trace of another bond, more limited but still extant. I would presume to the Dark Marshal.
Ah, good. And someday he will likely try to retrieve his dagger, and then we may kill him for real.
Let us hope so.
I will not be denied a second time. If that is what it takes, even in my frailness now, I will find a way to get the killing blow on him, and banish that darkness from him once and for all.
Good. Now, the good news is that your efforts have borne fruit. This dagger once housed a daemon. It was exorcised some time ago. Likely before you ever, well, almost certainly before you saw it, but that taint still remained. Now, almost all of that has been burned out.
I wonder if that's related to that bolter addition we found. It seemed to have some sort of malign intelligence in it. Perhaps it was moved from dagger to barrel shroud. I'm a hospitaller, not a frontline sister. I'm afraid my terminology of arms is not quite as advanced, but there was some sort of weapon accessory. I'm sure it was in Eloa's report.
It was. No, what? That did not seem to have. Well, that did not seem to be a true Daemon weapon. Daemon forged, no doubt, but it did not have the creature dwelling inside it.
Ah, well. Still, out of an abundance of caution, we have quarantined that item. We were not sure if it was able to influence us, even not in use.
Wise. You may also wish to, if it is possible, quarantine this.
It does not appear to be possible. As I said, I have set it aside. I've asked Casa to hit it with a plasma cannon. We threw it in a dump that was several collapsed buildings on top of it. And every time it's returned to my side. At this point, I've just bought a scabbard for it.
I see. That is not. No, that is no great surprise.
Given the sword, no, but it is discomforting. Though, now that you have examined it and it seems free of demon taint, I hope it is safe for me to hold on to it.
Most likely, yes. I would. Well, the scabbard you have, I would suggest that you request the adept place etheric wards upon it.
I will certainly do that. Speaking of Adept Null, well, it can wait if you still have further inquiry to what transpired below. Your questions are far more important than mine.
Not questions, but a warning, Juno.
Yes, sir?
You were very lucky that this worked. Not just that it empowered you, but that it has been cleansed as well. Such weapons. It is only because the demon was already gone that you were able to do so. If it still dwelt within, you would not have risen in his holy light.
Juno will open her mouth and clench it closed, drawing her lips into a thin line. I see.
This was an incredible risk, and while it paid off, I would strongly suggest you do not do it again.
Juno will consider that for a moment and smile and say, "This was the second time I was bathed in his light. I will avoid demon weapons in the future if Baltus will perhaps for once actually give me warning about what we're dealing with. But I suppose at this point I cannot promise I will not kill myself again. It seems to have remarkable powers, my life's blood.
I would not lay the blame with Baltus. He is inexperienced as well. And
Still,
this
sir,
was only the traces. Go on.
I just wanted to say, while we're on the topic of Baltus, you should be proud of him. He laid the felling blow on Frank. He first alerted us to his identity. While there have been lapses in judgment on all our parts, I am sure Baltus's powers were essential. He reflects well on you, sir.
Good. I am proud of him. He has grown into his role well.
Out of character. Inquisitors can be psychics, right? There's no.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Juno will smile and say, "You'll make a fine Inquisitor someday, Emperor willing."
Indeed. I suspect all of you who choose to walk that path will do so admirably.
Thank you, sir. Juno will let a moment pass, and if the Inquisitor doesn't have anything further to warn her about, she'd probably like to kind of steer things back to her point of being here, but if he does have
Yes.
things, just that's fine.
Yeah, you can get back to talking about the adept and his stuff.
It's good. So, speaking of Adept Null a moment ago, your retainer mentioned something about, Juno will look askance, but it probably just looks like she's staring at her knuckles with the blindfold on. He said something about cloning me? I am afraid I'm wholly ignorant of the scientific and moral implications of the process, but he urged me to broach the topic with you as a means of restoring my vision. I am, of course, willing to live with whatever stigmata the Emperor wishes to inflict upon my flesh, if that is his will, but I must confess, sir, my abilities as your acolyte are diminished in my current state. No one will even let me stitch up a cut, when I otherwise could be planet-side leading entire trauma wards. I feel quite useless in my current state, so your advice would be deeply appreciated.
Well, to start with, if you do wish to be of use, then we can arrange for you to have access to this incense. It's not be able to help you much on a battlefield, but that it should be sufficient to allow you to perform your medical duties.
Ah, that would be most helpful, yes.
And as for the adept, he is... Well, the Dark Marshal's escape into the Aether, it is likely a return. That is something that we have had issues with in the past. And more, even when a body is left behind, certain champions of the darkness return regardless, clothed in a new flesh and new armor, but that same dark and wicked soul inside. The adepts. He has, for a long time, been conducting research into such phenomena, with the goal of preventing the champions of darkness from returning in new flesh and, in some cases, performing such ourselves, moving a living soul to a new body, full restoration so that its service need never end.
Ah. Would that there was enough of Graves left to do such a service for him. No, he would love that more than anything.
Indeed. But the procedure is... a pure transfer of the soul has not yet succeeded. The best that has been done by the adept, and to the best of either of our knowledge, is any other who has attempted the research is to be able to transfer the brain and spinal cord and
The whole soul does not go with it?
it does, but it is not transferring just the soul. The ultimate goal is that we do not even need the body of the fallen to restore them, and simply create a clone, and when they fall, the soul goes of its own volition to return to the fight. That is far beyond us yet.
There's a moment of Juno just like pausing to think. She curls a knuckle on her chin, squints, shakes her head. Right. So, you mean to say that the adept could grow me a wholly new body, pluck my wrinkly little brain out of my skull and put it in the new one, and my soul goes unhindered from one vessel to the other?
Yes. It is much like augmentation. The old flesh discarded and the new put in place, at least in principle. In truth, while these psychers I have assigned to the experiments, they detect no change in the soul, no wounds, no gaps, but often there are changes, a minor phrase.
Well, that's enough for me to know that I won't be pursuing that option. I have frayed my mind far too much already. The horrors of battle in the recent past, if that's going to drive me insane or chip away at my soul in some unknown way, I will thank the adept for his generous offer, but politely decline.
The other concern with it, and if you hadn't refused on that grounds, I expect would have to on these, that the cloning of a full body is a prolonged process. Just individual organs, they can be done with some speed, but the body as a whole, without drastically reducing the lifespan, it needs almost a full... Well, it needs to mature at almost a natural pace. So in 20 years, we could put your brain in a new perfect body, but that would be... that would leave you quite incapable in the meantime.
I see. I don't know if your well, rather, I do know your specialty is in purging the Xenos, not necessarily matters of the soul, but I'm curious, would there not be some vestige of a soul in that body of its own right? Null mentioned something to that effect, but say you matured a body to adulthood, and then, meanwhile, I've gone and gotten myself cleft from scalp to groin by a Chaos Marine and died in the field. What would happen to the body? Would it, if you thought it out, would it have animants of its own?
If it is a truly perfect clone, then yes, they are capable of developing their own consciousness, but it does not have a full soul in its own right. And when you perform, when just one clone is manufactured, it can be taken appropriate care of so the soul matures as much as possible, but it is still... It is an imperfect shadow most of the time for this, for our processes. At least at the current stage, we are... When we create them, we do not make them perfect. We have them grow without a fully developed cranium. It both makes the implantation easier and as we do not risk creating another soul that would fight with the one implanted.
I see. With respect, that's horrifying. Well, as I said, I will politely tell the adept thank you, but no thank you on that matter. I'm going to try now not to be terribly nauseous thinking about my own underdeveloped cranium.
Well, yes, it is a bit, isn't it?
Just a bit grisly, sir.
It is far from the worst, even in this field that the Imperium has done, though. I mean, consider the Afriel strain, if... Oh, I suppose you will not have heard of them.
I'll shake her head.
Clones of great Imperial heroes. Lord Solar Macarius, Commissar Yarrick, and more. An attempt to recreate their greatness 1,000-fold by making every soldier in a regiment one of those heroes. It worked after a fashion. They grew, but this is danger of mass producing clones. The soul was stretched in each production. They were not created right. And now almost the entire strain has perished because their soulless nature, or not even true soullessness, they are not even blanks, at worse. All of the aberrants, all of the social difficulties, all of the ill luck that plagues a blank, but still with a discreet warp presence, none of the protections Let black souls nature's grant them.
You know, I've been thinking about luck a lot lately. Of all my warband, by some miracle, I'm the only one who's never been hurt. For all these misadventures, Balty, Eloa, Casa, they've all had limbs torn off and disemboweled, but not me. Even when that dark Magos managed to actually land a hit on me, 7 out of 8 of those shots were eaten by my Rosarius, and the last just knocked an armor plate off my leg. Strange. Strange that all that fate and confluence. But I could have spread out a bit of that luck to my friends. I feel sorry for those poor Afriel souls. They had none to give.
But even though you escaped injury, your presence with them was their luck. You are, after all, a remarkably calm and kind soul for a sororita, and with the training of the Hospitalis.
Juno put a hand to her chest and smiled. Well, I had not thought of it that way before. I'm glad you think so. I only hope I can continue to be of service to my friends and, importantly, to his Imperium.
Grieve. Not. I am glad to hear such. Oh. Is there anything else you wished to ask?
I mean, look at my notes real quick. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, the big important fucking thing. Juno will rub the back of her head for a moment and say, well, sir, I had been wondering. This whole conspiracy that kicked off our investigation, the plot on Moab that then split my warband from your presence to Leth, and then here to Schindelgeist, by entire accident, we stumbled on the plot again. This Mayror fellow, this Sicario order of the Inquisition he seems to serve. It seems we've uncovered their plan. We have put faces to the movers and shakers of it. What more is there to do? Do you plan to censure them as we were almost on Maul, or has he fallen in your eyes so terribly that he must be hunted down and killed?
That remains to be seen. And you say the plan I take it you mean that which Mercury shared with you.
Yes, that he intended to summon up a fleet of Tau to go fight the forces of chaos. And he's overthrowing worlds that are full of corrupt and weak governments. Shendelgeist and Moab both proved to be ripe for his picking. Wants to make them strong again. Admirable but misplaced in approach. And he's training assassins, or people that mirror the powers of an assassin. So much so that they've often cut my friends down before we even know we've joined the battle with them. But I suppose worst of all is the Tau business, yes.
Oh. That depends on your point of view, whether that, or his business, or his trafficking of dark magi is worse. That is the part that...
Sir, I don't know that he knew. It seemed that his acolytes were wholly ignorant of the Dark Magos. Perhaps Mayor himself knew, but the others, at least, were horrified to learn of what powers had manifested on Leth. This willingness to work with the Xenos. Perhaps I'm simply being too charitable, sir, but part of me thinks that he had no idea what he had unleashed, especially once the time business began.
Perhaps you are right, but one thing I will say is that if the acolytes did not know of the Dark Magos, what else has he done that Mercury does not know of?
Of course, I'm not suggesting we give up the hunt. I just wish to know what level of force you wish to apply to our enemy.
For now, even though we know who they are, we still need to learn more. And in the end, even if it is simply a censure, we will need to eliminate Xeno, or at least eliminate their autonomy.
Sir, if I might pose a question, a matter of morality in the matter. Presuppose that we eliminate Mayor physically or in terms of his power structure, and these Tau are left spinning their wheels. Would it be morally impure to send them to their deaths against the great enemy? For every life they spend, would not we be saving now or in future the life of an Imperial Guardsman forced to defend Cadia or some other sector? I give them no credit for their sacrifice, simply that if the tool exists and it must be destroyed, can it not be shot like a guided rocket towards an even bigger threat?
Perhaps. If we can control them, then yes. Their deaths. They must die in the end. That there is no stricture that says they must. There is no structure that commands the manner of their death.
They're neither
However, you are jumping ahead quite far, Juno.
Of course, I know we are quite some distance from that point. I simply wish to understand what choice will be made in future, potentially. I do not know if the Xeno must die by our hands, or if it is good enough that they kill each other and we sit by and watch the show. That is all I meant to ask.
Yes. I see. Yes. That would be acceptable. Mero's plan is... It is not a crime because of that. But it may be a crime because the Xeno have escaped his control and...
Yes, I suppose it likely became a crime once they were given our warp technology and punched a hole through time and space. Though, I suppose if that's not a crime, that's rather horrifying in its own right.
I am... From the reports, I'm not certain that it was our warp technology.
Juno has no idea how to respond to that, so she will simply wait for more.
They possess some limited form themselves. A shallow skip.
Ah, yes, but at least from my understanding, their ships do not enter the Immaterium itself as ours do. The ship we saw most certainly breached the warp.
If the veil is thin enough, then even the slightest dip can cause a rupture. And from what you have said, and from what has been said, I suspect the veil on the Lev is thin indeed.
I suppose that is true. Though, Juno will stop herself and think. I know for a surety the Emperor works his miracles on Leth. He bathed me in light and several others. Could it be that he wanted us to see what we saw in that confluence of time? I saw myself as an inquisitor, some 3 years on, battling Tau, that Graves saw himself training Amelie to completion. He'd never met her before, even, just found her from the dreams we saw, and now she is a vital arm of our band.
Perhaps not. I would expect I would expect that if the Emperor sent those visions, you would be able to interpret more meaning from them than you have. Graves finding the girl, that may have come from the Emperor, but that may simply have been him taking the opportunity.
I suppose that's true enough. I should not look for his presence where there is none. Well, I shall think on these matters, Inquisitor. Thank you for your time. If that is all.
He nods again and says, "Yes, it's my pleasure." And before you go, he'll open the cabinet and present you a little box full of incense.
Thank you, sir. And, one of the reasons I meant to come here in the first place, on a purely personal note, I just wanted to thank you for introducing me to Lord Captain Lupus. Not only has he been invaluable to our warband's continued success, but he has become my anchor in this storm of sorrows and successes. Quite enamored with him, so it feels only right to say thank you for bringing him into my life.
Yes. I did not expect it to lead where it has, but I am glad that it has. In our field, there is little enough time for one's own happiness.
Thank you, sir. I will, as ever, be at your disposal. Juno will give him a little bow, take the incense box, and turn to leave.
Oh, and
Yes, sir.
before you go, Narcia,
Narcia.
do make sure she does not overdose.
Oh, she's gotten addicted to the painkillers already, hasn't she? I was so close to weaning her off the stems.
Well, she is certainly off those, at least.
Well, there are small miracles, I suppose. Juno will start to leave again, then think for a moment. You know those Tau?
Yes?
Frank, in his guise, mentioned that should the world fall, it become unsalvageable, he had sent out a message to the Tau fleet to come and exterminatus it, as no Imperial ship could reach Shindelgeist in time. I had until now thought that surely this was just part of his deceptions, but thinking more on your words that he really wanted to play the role, Is it possible that there are Tau ships on the way?
It
Oh, poor Schindlergeist.
It certainly is. I suppose I will have to request the system defense fleet to be reinforced.
That would probably be wise, just in case. I hope that he was not quite so foolish as to intend for a Tau fleet to just arrive on his new throne world and shoo him off it, but I suppose it's best to be safe than sorry.
In truth, Juno, it would be fortuitous if some of them did come.
Juno, think a moment. You mean to take one of their crafts and find more about this plan of theirs?
Indeed, their navigation computers would be a great prize indeed.
Well, a substantial part of my warband is still laid out, but those of us who can still stand will be happy to lead the charge.
Yeah.
Leave. Somehow I feel like I got screwed out of promotion, but oh well. Thanks, Balty.
If anyone was going to screw you out of a promotion, it would be the person that dresses up your reports.
Listen, I'm going to come over there and I'm going to cut you off your goddamn meds. We'll cut the wire.
You can try. I'll just burn a fate.
What the fuck?
Just burn a fate to stay drugged.
If I can't have fate, nobody can. Do it, Narcia.
Don't fucking tempt me.
Alright. Let's do experience.
Yes, that is good.
Did you explore a new and interesting location?
No.
Actually,
No.
this is the first time we've really been around on the Inquisitor's ship. We sort of glossed over the med bay last time.
I thought I awarded you that last week.
Fair enough then. I have no recollection one way or the other.
Fair enough. Did you uncover a new truth about the Gothic sector?
Let's see. Well, we know the Inquisitor's doing cloning experiments. I feel like that's a thing of note.
It's true. It's true. Yes, you absolutely developed a relationship with an important NPC, like a couple.
Yep.
Did you discover a new page in a PC's story?
Well, potentially I got screwed out from my Balty. Let's see, the Inquisitor did not burn me at the stake when really he probably should have.
You have no
I
eyes,
think
Juno.
we've,
We can't promote you with no eyes.
Yeah, we made progress on Juno fixing herself quest, by which I mean negative progress because I'm not getting a fucking clone body.
Yep. And as well, there's Amelie apprenticing to a stab teacher. And
That dude's
I'm
cool.
gonna stab all the harder.
say again, Savin?
I was just saying that dude's cool. Super Echo.
I'm glad you liked him. And of course, Narcia's promotion. So that's a solid yes. Did you advance your investigations?
We learned. Oh yeah, actually no, for sure, because we now know that Frank still has a connection to this fucking knife, and now he can track me down and murk me for it.
True, true. Did you make sacrifice for the greater good?
I think I sacrificed my promotion on the altar of Balty narking like a motherfucker.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I cucked you out of that a long time ago.
Why would you do that, you dick?
Because I can. It's easy and it does a lot of damage.
Alright, we'll fucking see who gets healed next time you go down.
Not me. I embrace death, for I am not coward.
See, kids
So-
just got
That's 200 experience.
Yay!
Either way. Oh god.
Yeah, I hope you guys all had fun.
Yay, we
Indeed we
did
do.
it.
Oh, some heavy fucking RP. Like, the heaviest RP session to date.
Yep.
Wouldn't say
Yeah?
that. Pretty heavy.
We're the heroes.
If I didn't come into the session already feeling like my brain is rotten, I might have engaged a little bit more. But unfortunately, this is just one of my off days.
It's cool.
Well, Savin picked up the slack. Savin and Stray, as usual. Doing the heavy RP lifting.
And Bob as well.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
time.
Bob, but you see, the problem with Bob is I can't suck his dick right now because he's gone to bed.
This is factual.
Fair.
TBQH, I kind of feel like he deserves like a temp fate or something for that sheer level of narking to daddy. That was
Give it to him.
incredible.
Come on, do it. Retroactively give him the fate.
It wasn't. He knew going in. He was narking.
I'll, you know what? Yeah, I will. I think
Bob did that on
okay,
purpose. It was a conscious decision. He deserves it.
Also, Savin, remember those emails?
Mm-hmm.
Actually high enough with Narcia that they got deleted.
Oh, sweet.
If it wasn't high, they wouldn't be, though.
I actually sent us Snippy the draft of the Augie letter, which was would have been quite heartbreaking if Juno had perma-died.
And now it wouldn't be seen by anyone except some technical adept going through our fucking mail. The NSA agent.
It's okay. They can learn Juno's rambling about what she would name her children and how much she loves Augie.
Aw.
Unfortunately, I need to bounce because I still have to fucking try to clone my Windows onto another hard drive, so it doesn't take me an hour to log onto my computer and/or more.
Good luck with that, pal.
I don't even understand what the fuck's going on. My computer runs fine once it's on, but it's like starting up is a fucking nightmare process of, oh, is my computer just bricked?
It's a great question. I have no idea what would cause that.
I don't either. But I'm going to clone it and hope it fixes, because if it doesn't, I probably have to get a new motherboard, and that's going to be a bitch and a half.
Heck.
Mm.
Oh, good luck, DCL.
Well, I will see.
Good luck.
So, what are we doing next session anyway?
Well, if you remember, most of these people tend to come from Luxor. We know for a fact that a specific sect of the assassin hunters has screwed the pooch, and it might be time to start politicking against them. We had a fairly cordial conversation the last few times we've spoken with them, but they've been shitting up the sector real bad. Especially, so look, we deal with the sensor that is on us, and then we point fingers at them to get all of the other Inquisitors to focus their ravenous hunger for purging and exterminating someone that isn't us.
I will say, you might have forgotten, but we actually got cleared of the censuring because Lord
know, but
Mercury,
parties
Mayor's
still
goon,
throwing us.
stood up for us at the trial.
What was up, Stray?
Well,
He was Mercury.
before Savin bounces, I have a question for him.
Sure.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not involved with this game at all.
Oh, okay.
Boop-bop.
Then
Oh.
yeah,
Are we done?
well, I was kind of still hoping for an answer other than Snippy writing angry letters to Luxor. Like, is next session just going to be a bunch of downtime?
The way my brain is right now, couldn't give you a straight answer.
Well, the oppressive silence from the DM tells me that's none of my business. So instead, if you're watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We will see you next time. Till then, have a good one.